「 「 In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to game is not over.
「
In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to game is not over.
Stinger Core Wireless Plus 7.1 is a great choice, just under $100. All right, now we've talked about the SteelSeries Arctis 7X for the Xbox, and now we're taking a look at its PlayStation counterpart, the SteelSeries Arctis 7P. For $149.99, you're getting a retractable mic, a 40-foot wireless range, a battery life of up to 24 hours, and you get a nice, comfortable fit, no matter how big your head is. Mine is pretty damn huge, I'm not gonna lie to you. Connectivity-wise, the 7P allows you to connect to both PS4 and PS5, PC, Switch, and Android devices. Now, I've spoken at length about the quality, the sound quality, and performance of the Arctis 7P headset in our previous wireless gaming headset video, and what I said in that video still holds up today. The spatial surround sound is great, one of the best on the market at this price point. Now, the sleek and simple Arctis 7P from SteelSeries will provide you with some of the very best sound and performance you can find on the market today at under $200. Now, you really can't go wrong with these as an option. All right, switching these out now for the A50 wireless headset by Astro. Now, these come with a charging station allowing the headset to stand up on the magnetic base and will run you about $239. Now, with that price tag comes a lot of different features in the build. You got the swappable headband and ear cushions, the volume wheel, the EQ preset switch, a dedicated button for Dolby Audio, and of course, the power switch. You got to turn it on and off somehow, right? Yeah. Now, a really cool feature I like about these is on the right side where you can mix and adjust the voice and game audio just by clicking the outer ear cup. Now, the headset is made out of heavy plastic, which, I don't know, it may not scream high end to some, but you're getting a lot out of performance at this particular price point. Now, these should last you up to 15 hours. The headset works with PS4, PS5, PC, and Mac. Now, let's talk about performance. Sound quality on these are amazing, and with the Command Center software, you can customize what you're hearing and how you're hearing it, giving you optimal control over sound. The software gives you options to adjust audio high, mid, and low ranges, as well as complete control over the noise gate for the onboard mic. Now, you can even create your own EQ mode, as well as fully customizable streaming settings for the content creators out there. Now, vocal clarity on the onboard mic right here is standard. Honestly, it's nothing special, but good enough for party chat. Now, with the base station, you can sync and switch the headset over to either your PC or your PlayStation consoles. Audio quality, again, isn't stellar for this mic, but you can adjust it to your personal preference using the aforementioned software. That $239 price tag comes with a whole hell of a lot of customization, and that's exactly what you're getting with the A50s from Astro. All right, so which is right for you and your needs? Now, I personally am rocking with the first party gaming headset right here, the Sony Pulse 3D. Now, you got a hidden microphone that provides you with noise cancellation. I mean, like, look, you can't even see it. You don't know where the mic is, but it's on there, trust me. You know, you have the ability to monitor your voice in-ear as well, which is great for streamers. There's a mute button, a chat/game feature, the power switch, an audio input jack, and a USB Type-C input for charging. Now, I also just love the simplicity of the build and its matching color scheme to the PS5. You know, I just love the low profile look of these. It's just beautiful. And you know what? The $100 price tag isn't bad either. But you know what? If you don't have that much to spend and still want a decent bang for your buck, you can grab the Cloud Stinger Core Wireless Plus 7.1 from HyperX. Now, if you're willing to invest a bit more, you can check out the SteelSeries 7P or the Astro A50s. All solid options that'll satisfy your wireless audio gaming needs. Just a matter of which one you got the money for. Now let me know which one you picked up or plan on picking up. Also, what are you currently using? I saw some interesting and vintage gaming headset choices from y'all that y'all are currently still using. Good stuff. Anyway, we'll be back real soon on IGN's Budget to Best.
Kratos' journey into the mysteries of a new Norse world in 2018's God of War takes both him and players to fantastical realms, pits us against mythical beasts, and introduces an epic cast.
I thought you'd be bigger.
But at the heart of it all is Kratos' relationship to his son, Atreus. Learning what kind of father he should be in contrast to the person he was, and what kind of man he wants to raise Atreus to be, echoes in every step of his journey.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
So it's no surprise that one of Kratos' most challenging moments comes when Atreus grows sick, and the only answer to his salvation lies in Helheim, where no known fire in the 9 realms will burn. Kratos, of course, knows of a fire from another realm he can draw from, and in one incredible sequence, we see him dig up the ghost of Sparta as he reclaims the Blades of Chaos to save his son. It is a difficult choice, to revisit the past he has clearly worked so hard to leave behind him, but at the same time, it demonstrates that Kratos will do anything to save Atreus. That harrowing moment weighs on Kratos, and the team at Sony Santa Monica lets that weight rest on the player too before he ultimately retrieves the blades and confronts everything they represent. To find out more, IGN spoke to members of the development team about how Santa Monica brought this moment to life and how it revived the blades for Kratos' newest adventure. This is Art of the Level. Before we get to what that journey is like for Kratos, it's important to set the stage for what it was like for the developers. The blades are a surprise late into Kratos' journey, and according to art director Raf Grassetti, in the early days of the project, much of the team worked without even focusing on the blades or thinking they may even be part of the project. That allowed the devs at large to really focus on ensuring Kratos' new weapon, the now iconic Leviathan axe, got its due. But when work did begin on concepting the blades, the art team wanted to ensure they were retaining what fans loved about them, but also bringing them up to snuff with the rest of the work already done.
Sweet Nana's nethers. What are those?
Part of that work, at its purest, meant meeting the more realistic look of this new adventure.
Kratos spent all that time trying to get rid of it, so we wanted to show that in the blades. But keeping it as iconic as we all know the blades, to be. So initially that was an easier task, right? Like just to take what was there and really just make it a little more realistic, work with the materials. It was a transition, for the franchise to be a little more realistic. So we had to play a little bit with proportions, but keeping it as close as the old ones. And we took a step back and broke down what was iconic about it as we were, Norsifying it, as we would say it, to really find what was iconic.
Not wanting to mess with what wasn't broken, the art team did their best to enhance the look but retain the essence of the blades. Some of the changes they did make were aided by the work done on the Leviathan axe, as well as knowing how gameplay elements like upgrades and runes would affect weaponry.
It is very recognizable. It's probably the most recognizable piece that we have, the mythologies. So we needed to keep that, but then also finding thematically what would make sense. For the blades, we started to explore a lot of the Jormungandr, the world snake, to come into the designs as we upgraded, because we knew that was an iconic element that we could use. As you upgrade the head of the blade, you see the snake come through, forming the Omega at the end, and that was kind of, the final touch where we knew we had something, and we knew it felt like, it was a proper way to take it into the Norse mythology and keeping it iconic.
Maintaining the original appeal of the blades didn't just apply to the look of them, it also mattered to the mechanical feel of them as well.
So initially we did try quite a bit to make it feel very different. And I think when we saw internally the reaction celebrate the familiarity, I think we were much more accepting of, let's revisit this.
Very important to make sure that we got the timing and the feeling and the similar frames, we're down to the frames, right? Because people will recognize the square triangle combo, using the shoulder buttons. We want to ensure that those things felt timing wise the same. So that was the first thing that we set out to do.
We had more confidence that when we realized we were going to retread familiarity with the blades, we didn't see that as like a failure. We were like, it's good. Let's celebrate this kind of side of Kratos and this different style of game. And it helps pacing and variety, right? Like switching between the axe and the blades. In 2018, there's not a lot of mechanics in that game that really force you to switch weapons.
One of the biggest changes the team had to account for in bringing forward the blades was one of God of War 2018's major differences, a lower behind-the-back camera angle.
Bringing a closer, third-person perspective roundup, and the axe is just like the blades was for the axes, our take on a weapon ideal for the new camera, right? And so all the decisions really are being made from the axe. Like early on in the game, we knew that we wanted to make an axe. Pretty early, we knew that we wanted to introduce throwing because we want to take advantage of the camera perspective. But we also had the blades in the background, right? And we're like, well, the axe is the main thing to design the game around, but we're gonna have to figure out how to get these blades in this game. There was a whole period where we were thinking that modernizing the blades meant actually not having them get thrown out with the chains, but actually having them only be in hand, like knives, essentially. We thought that would be a twist. It would kind of work with the camera. It would be much more similar to the axe in terms of, the range that you would be able to attack with, a little bit closer, of course. And we had tried all of this work with it, and it just didn't get the appeal. It just didn't really land.
When the team returned to the blades and their attached chains, the internal reaction made it clear this was the way to go, and the road toward making the blades feel familiar mechanically went on. Going back to the issues of the camera shift, that sense of familiarity had to also apply to the way Kratos was animated while swinging those blades around.
Now the perspective was going to be from behind Kratos. You were not going to see them from every angle how you saw the blades before. So it was very important for us to ensure that from that new perspective, they felt and read the same way with the same type of silhouette and posing that we established in the first few games, to make sure that on the 2018 version of the game, that playability felt very similar, if not the same. Also, another big challenge was we couldn't have the length of the chains be the same as the previous original Greek games, because if we were to extend the chains to the same length that we had before, they would go well beyond the range of the new camera perspective. So we had to reel them in a little bit, but at the same time ensure that they didn't feel a little bit too nerved, like they were, almost like he wasn't releasing them as far as he used to before.
The chains even need to be considered from early art concepting phases, in a way players might not automatically assume.
So previously we had keyframed all the motion of the chains, and every move that Kratos would use the blades, it would just be very custom made. Every single chain was like hand animated, but this time around we wanted to introduce a little bit of a blend. So while a lot of them are very custom made as far as how the chains move and bend, we did have to employ a lot of physics and reach a nice sort of middle ground between using the physics engine and blending in and out of keyframe animation. We do have some moments in which you actually get to see the slack of the chains coming from Kratos' wrists and going back into the blades. And that is like physics driven, as Kratos runs on the screen, you see them kind of, moving around on their own and reacting to what the players' inputs are, versus us trying to keyframe all that. That would just not be possible.
The physicality of the chains was explored on the gameplay and engineering side, and for a time, the team tried some experimental ideas with how the blades and their chains might work.
Initially, there was a lot of excitement behind the chain sim. Simulation in general is something that always gathers a lot of excitement because it looks really cool, and whether it works for gameplay or not, that's what we have to decide. But at that time, there was definitely some ideas that we were looking at with leaving the blade out there, throwing it and leaving it out, and actually walking around and having the chain, like, could you clothesline an enemy? Could you, just, again, ways of leaning into the physical side of the blades.
While there were cool ideas in play, the team ultimately decided to focus on what the blades were known for, rather than trying to reinvent the knife.
There was a lot of experimentation with that kind of enemy manipulation gameplay. Honestly, there wasn't a lot of success that we found in doing that, because so much of the game, as I mentioned before, is relying on camera and facing. We kind of decided that, if we're going to put our effort into anything, given the time and resources we have, let's try to deliver the familiarity of the blades that people remember more than anything else.
But playing to that familiarity wasn't a burden. It was core to unlocking the blade's potential and retaining the balletic feel of them, even with a different camera angle amongst other changes.
It's always very important for us to, in every move, make it feel like Kratos is guiding the blades, and he's like pulling and manipulating the blades, and never allow the blades for them to almost spin on their own. Like he's always in control of them, and he can at any point kind of pull them back and or redirect them in any way that he wishes.
There's a lot that's actually different than the old games, but I think the perception that a lot of people have is it's exactly like the old games. The old combos still work, and that's intentional, right? Like we want you to feel what Kratos is feeling.
Representing the past but bringing it into the now, the Blades not only reflected the series' history, but showcased all the incredible work that had been done to modernize the franchise but still honor its history. The Blades' specific place in the journey allows the story to do just the same. Kratos' journey home begins with a solemn river ride set against a red storm. And while it takes control away from the player for several minutes in a game that excels at combat and exploration, it's because you're forced to sit in that boat with Kratos as he reflects on his emotions for so long that what comes after resonates so strongly.
That sequence underwent a lot of careful planning, but also a lot of iteration. We wanted to make sure we reach a good balance of the build-up, right? We wanted to make sure that there was the anticipation and the build-up to the big reveal, but at the same time, make sure that it wasn't, it wasn't too much.
That planning went into the practical filming of the scene as well, both from those performing the camera work and from Kratos' actor Christopher Judge.
And I do remember the day that we shot that on stage with Chris. He did an amazing job because, Corey just talked to him and had a conversation about what it means for Kratos to essentially dig up his past and go retrieve these blades that mean so much to him. He really did a great job of communicating it through without any dialogue, really, like what Kratos was going through.
I got to give a lot of credit to Corey on this one, obviously, to have the kind of confidence to let it sit in that. We filmed the circles around it deliberately, slowly, to, just let him stew until, the Athena moment where it pops up. I think the tough thing was not rushing it from either the person holding the camera and walking around him and not feeling the need to rush it, and just getting the buy-in from people who want to get back on the buttons.
The length of that boat ride also serves a somewhat meta function for the player as well. Those who know Kratos' history and backstory probably have a pretty good idea of what iconic weapon will do the trick. But even if players don't know, the solemnity of this long river ride solidifies the importance of what's to come.
Having that boat ride was a way to show those players who, seeing the blades, they may recognize it because they're kind of iconic to Kratos. If they knew anything about Kratos or PlayStation in general, they could recognize it, but having to watch Kratos go through that boat ride and all that leading up to it shows that even if it doesn't have that same hook to them because they didn't play the old games with the blades, they could see that it was really powerful to Kratos. So that was kind of our window in to also help, players who haven't played the original games.
Everything from Kratos' contemplative state to the chaotic nature around him beautifully illustrates and underscores how important the moment that's coming is for him. That attention to detail can be seen even in small character decisions, like a choice Kratos makes at the onset of the boat ride.
For that sequence on the boat, we deliberately, every time Kratos gets into the boat, he pulls Mimir off his hip and sets him on the bench across, usually sitting next to Atreus. But, we very deliberately left him on Kratos' hip. Not only because, we might have issues of Athena clipping into him sitting there or whatever, but this isn't a moment for Mimir. This is a moment specifically for Kratos. And Mimir knows that Kratos is really going through stuff. As soon as he leaves Freya's house, he says something and Kratos says, leave me be. Mimir leaves him be.
But Kratos isn't alone for the entire ride. At one point, the visage of the Greek goddess Athena appears.
Athena.
And given Kratos' fraught but important history with her, the devs knew she had to be the figure from his past to haunt him in this moment.
Get out of my head.
Of all the gods, Athena was the one that Kratos trusted the most. And then he ultimately felt manipulated by her by the end of God of War 3.
Look around you, Athena. The world stands in ruin. What good is your message?
So we always knew it was going to be Athena. And the fact that we could get Carol, who played Athena in God of War 2, to come back and play the role, and she was so great. And just hearing her voice brought it all, to life.
There's nowhere you can hide, Spartan.
And it wasn't just the voice the developers wanted to bring forth from the past. Her look is specifically meant to be as close as possible to her previous appearance.
So we wanted to be exactly what his last memory was of her. So we actually took the character from the past games and we did a little bit to, improve on the details and the sculpt and all that, but the model is one-to-one to what it used to be, really to sell that it is Athena. It is what we all remember her to look like.
Pretend to be everything you are not. Teacher, husband, father.
The specter of Athena follows Kratos back to his home, where he eventually retrieves the hidden blades of chaos from underneath the floorboards. The moment remains a weighty, solitary sequence for both Kratos and the player, but Athena looms in the background, taunting Kratos that he can never really outrun the monster he once was. But, as Kratos makes clear in one of God of War's most famous lines, he's not running from who he is, but he's choosing to be the monster he is for the right reasons.
You will always be a monster.
I know. But I am your monster no longer.
Being able to drop that line of "I'm your monster no longer," that moment, that was when we really felt like we had the scene, was that line, because Kratos has gone through a lot, right? And what he's showing in this moment is he's willing to go through it again, but he's going to try to do it for the right reasons. That was our moment for Kratos to both embrace what his past was and what he had to do, but do it in a better way, right? He's not doing it for Athena. He's not doing it for revenge. He's doing it because he has to save his son. Having that line land for us that way, and then walking through Athena to show that he's not swinging the blades at this apparition thing that's in his face or anything like that. He's done with that. He's the freight train moving forward.
The one thing that's very specific too that not a lot of people seem to talk about is when you walk through Athena and you see her dissipate into like the green particles. Same thing that we saw in past games when she died. Like all those little connections that Corey, more than everyone else, like has a very specific taste and know the reasoning behind everything. Like it comes together, right? Like it all feels like it really pays homage and puts you into this new setting and it gives you all the tools for you to enjoy it and celebrate the past.
Kratos isn't ignoring his past in this moment. He's very much, as Santa Monica masterfully communicates via the scene, accepting it in a way he clearly hadn't yet in his Norse life. And in doing so, he's choosing how he wields that past. It may still be through the blades, but they are being used now to save the life that matters to him most. And that means for Kratos, the player, and the developers, it's time to make the blades an essential part of the rest of his journey. All of the work that went into making the blades fun to wield comes to a head in these moments after Kratos steps out of his home against a pack of relatively easy enemies.
All right, brother, let's see what those blades can do.
One thing we wanted to make sure that landed was when you get the blades and you walk out, it's about Kratos. It's not about the enemies at that point. A lot of times when we design encounters, we focus on what we call the combat puzzle, where enemies are essentially posing questions that the player has to answer based on their placement or the enemy composition. In your head, you kind of create a little strategy for yourself. How am I going to get through this? When you get the blades, that's not really the point. The point is this has to be a pacing hit with all of this buildup where the feeling should be the blades are back and they're awesome.
up to this point, these enemies have been a little bit tougher, even with the axe. But once you get the blades, you sort of slice through them like butter. And that was also very carefully planned, that we make sure we put the right enemies there for you to just immediately feel powerful, like the old Kratos is back.
They're frost enemies too, and so what better way to celebrate the blades than to let the player tear through them with fire? But there's actually a secret joy that many players have experienced after this initial fight, and it's one the developers anticipated and hoped for.
The real moment of joy and kind of disbelief happens at the end of that fight, where there's a little pop-up that comes and it says, you know, upgrade your blades in the skill tree, and you're like, wait, what? Because, you know, people just think that, oh, it's a set piece, it's not real. Then you go and you open the menu, and then you see a skill tree.
It may seem funny that a skill tree could cause so much delight, but it really does, because it makes clear the blades are going to be a permanent part of the experience. Though it's late in 2018's story, you're going to have the chance to upgrade and unlock new skills for these beloved weapons.
I know from quality. And them special.
But because of that late arrival, the developers didn't want to stop players from having fun with the blades immediately.
Because we could have done something where, like, oh, really at the end you unlock the blades as you know them, right? And could have taken a more conservative approach. But again, the moment, the value of that moment of just the blades are back is just so powerful that we did decide for the blades to really put a lot of these big kind of fundamental blades-like moves front and center.
But as players come to understand that the blades are a fundamental part of the journey, the team wanted to ensure players didn't feel like this special moment would be spoiled.
He's not going to put them back under the floorboards. We're not going to give players the blades and then take them away.
The blades remain throughout Kratos' journey and stand at the nexus of God of War's unique place in the overall franchise. Kratos has forged ahead to a new life, a new gameplay style, and a new world. But the past can never truly be forgotten. And Santa Monica quite explicitly doesn't want to ignore or forget the past. It interrogates it head-on as both part of Kratos' story, reckoning his past with his present, and as a mechanical representation of both where the series has been and how far along it's come. Thank you so much for watching our latest Art of the Level. For more, be sure to check out our Art of the Level focused on Ghost of Tsushima's opening title card, as well as The Last of Us Part 2's Rat King boss fight. And be sure to let us know what game you'd like to see us dive deep into next.
PlayStation.
What's up everyone, I'm Akeem. Now if you're one of the lucky few that managed to purchase a PS5, aside from considering yourself lucky, you might want to consider a few useful accessories to add that'll enhance your overall gaming experience. Today, we'll be taking a look at 5 PlayStation 5 accessories that you might want to put on your list. The DualSense charging station, the CMP shells for PS5, the Astro A50 wireless plus base station, the custom Hex Gaming rival controller, and the Western Digital Black SN850 SSD with heatsink. We'll break them all down for you in our latest episode of Budget to Best. The DualSense charging station perfectly complements the base PlayStation 5 design with its black and white accents, and at $29.99, it's a great way to free up the clutter of excessive wiring and keep those controllers fully charged. Now with the DualSense charging station, you can charge up to 2 controllers, and the click-in design makes it easy to know when your controllers are charging. Now the charging station comes with an AC adapter and an AC power cord. Now I know sometimes I forget to plug in my controllers into like a wall outlet to charge them while not in use, so the DualSense charging station makes it easy to remember to do so. Now as the station can rest conveniently next to your console, where you can click them in and make sure you're always 100% ready to go next gameplay. All of the official PlayStation 5 accessories are worth looking at, with the DualSense charging station being one of the most useful to most gamers out there. Just because, it's nice to kind of change things up once in a while, we thought we'd include the CMP shell casing for the PlayStation 5. For $44.99 to $59.99, you can customize your PS5's appearance and give your gaming console a little more personality. From X-ray smoked out to all black, you're able to make your PS5 look as unique as possible. Now, it's a nice little touch that'll make your console stand out, and it's so easy to install and remove in case, you find yourself wanting to frequently switch them out occasionally. Now, there's a handful of companies out there that do custom plates for the PS5, and CMP is well on up there in both affordability and variety. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, when I'm gaming on my PS5, I love these right here. I love using these. We're taking a look at the A50 wireless headset from Astro. Now, we talked about these in our PS5 headset video a while back, so be sure to check out that video if you want more details on vocal clarity, sound quality, and general performance on these. At $299, you get this sleek headset with a charging base station to make sure you never run out of juice when you need it. Now, while that price tag, I know it might be a bit steep for some, it definitely comes with all the bells and whistles. You got the swappable headband and ear cushions, the volume wheel, the EQ preset switch, a dedicated button for Dolby Audio, and of course, the power switch. Now you can even mix and adjust the voice and game audio by clicking the outer ear cup on the right side. Now the A50 wireless headset will last you up to 15 hours on a single charge, and it's also compatible with PS4, PC, Mac, along with PlayStation 5. Now, Xbox owners might be familiar with their Design Lab and the Elite controller, right? Well, there's nothing similar officially on the PlayStation side of things. That's where third-party companies like Hex Gaming step in to fill that void with their rival controller. Now, the Hex Gaming rival controller manages to take the already established design of the DualSense to the next level by taking an actual DualSense controller and tricking it out with customizations. Like, they literally pimp this bad boy out, coming in at around $199.99 to $275.99, depending on your customization choices. Not only can you customize the look with numerous skins to choose from or your very own design, but the feel and overall behavior of the controller is at your disposal. Now, you have quite a few thumbsticks to choose from, and the most valuable feature that really steps things up: the customizable rear buttons. Yeah, now you can reassign any other standard control to give you that additional edge while gaming. Now, it's definitely a premium accessory, but well worth the money for those advanced and adept gamers. I know this next one is gonna make a lot of y'all excited. The PS5 finally added expandable storage, which is great news and means those larger game installs will benefit from this particular option. Now, the very best SSD for gaming on the market right now is hands down the Western Digital Black SN850 SSD. Now, the pricing may vary depending on which one you opt in for. Now, they come in either a 500GB option or a 1TB and 2TB option, with the latter two also having a heatsink or no heatsink selection for you to choose from. Now, the prices will be displayed on the screen for each. Now, no matter which one you manage to get your hands on, you can expect the drive to perform at a very, very speedy pace. Now, it can hit a sequential read speed of 7,000 megabytes per second, due in part to the bandwidth granted by its PCIe 4.0 X4 connections. Now, the one we received came with all the tools you need to properly install the internal SSD, making it a very, very easy and simple process. It also includes its own heatsink so that you're able to maintain maximum performance. And there you have it, the DualSense charging station, the CMP shells for PS5, the Astro A50 Wireless Plus base station, the custom Hex Gaming rival controller, and the Western Digital Black SN850 SSD with heatsink. Great items to put on your wish list if you're on the market shopping for some new PS5 accessories. Hopefully this list was helpful to you, and definitely comment below which of these items you already own or plan on getting. Now's definitely the time if you own a PS5. I'm Akeem Lawanson, and thanks for watching IGN's Budget to Best.
PlayStation.
Hi there everybody, Destin Laguerre here, and today I'm going to show you how to install a new hard drive in your PlayStation 5. It's really easy. You're going to need a few things. You're going to need a screwdriver, and you're probably going to need a light on your phone. Now the hardest part about the whole hard drive upgrading process is purchasing the correct drive. We've left a few in the comments below or in the description, and the one I went with was actually one that was recommended by Mark Cerny. It has the heatsink built in, it's properly sized, it's the WD Black 1TB Gen 4 hard drive. It has read-write speeds up to 7,000 megabytes per second. This is a great drive if you're looking to upgrade your PlayStation 5. And there's some really great deals out there. This one is comparable in price to the hard drive that you would get for an Xbox Series X at 1 terabyte, but you can get much better deals online. So let's crack open the PS5 and install this.
A quick note, at the time of recording, this is only available to those in the beta. If you're not in the beta and install a drive, your PS5 will yell at you.
So first things first, you're gonna need to remove your bottom plate. So just take out the included screw, and we're gonna set that aside for now. Now, probably the hardest part of the whole thing is going to be popping off this plate on the back of your PlayStation 5. For real. Basically, all you wanna do is you wanna put some pressure on the bottom and pressure on the top, and sort of, there you go. It's a little loud, it's a little scary, but as you can see, the plate is totally fine. And right there, that is the hard drive that we're gonna be swapping out. So we'll just set aside the plate, and let's open that up with our screwdriver. Now, they say you need a flashlight, but I'm not really sure why you would need a flashlight. Just have it just in case. You could use a desk lamp or anything really. So once you've gotten your plate off for the hard drive, you're almost done. Open up the hard drive that you've gotten and put it in. So we've taken the hard drive out of its packaging, and now all you want to do is line it up, and then you'll also want to undo the included screw inside of your PlayStation 5, line up the washer, and then screw it securely in place. Replace the cover, and pop back on your faceplate. Hard drive upgraded, that's it. Now, let's say that you have a hard drive that doesn't have an included heatsink. I'm gonna show you how that's done with this old M2 drive that I had laying around and a heatsink that I bought. Now, most of the heatsinks on Amazon or wherever you're going to purchase them are labeling that they are compatible with a PlayStation 5, but you can find a full list of specifications on the PlayStation website or in the description. Never put on your own heatsink? Well, they even come with instructions. So basically the order is your bottom, silicone thermal pad, your M2 drive, silicone thermal pad, and then the cover. And then you just screw it together and put it in the PlayStation 5 like I showed you before. Make sure you line up the screw hole on your drive with the appropriate screw hole on the cover. Then you screw it into place, and now you just install it in your PlayStation 5. There we go. Be sure to check the description for a link to various hard drives so you can pick the one that works for you. And yes, I know some of you eagle eyes out there probably noticed that was a 960 EVO. You would want to get the 980 M2 drive. Okay, so now that we have the hard drive installed, let's see what that looks like on the PlayStation 5 menu.
Right now, if you're in the beta, be sure you've downloaded and installed the beta system software before adding your new M2 SSD to your PS5. If you're watching this once the system software is available to everyone, be sure you have the latest PS5 software installed and you should be good to go. So once you boot up for the first time, the first thing you'll need to do is format the drive when prompted to, so go ahead and do that right off the bat. We found that when transferring a 55GB game like Returnal to the new drive, it took 43 seconds. It was very, very fast. But when transferring it back to the built-in PS5 drive, it took 4 times as long. However, the loading times are identical for both drives, which is amazing.
That's it. Look, if I can figure out how to do it, I'm sure you can. Open your PS5, pop in that new M2 drive that you like, and get to gaming. Thanks for watching, everybody. For more on all things gaming, keep it right here at IGN.
Now, if you're looking for expansive storage for the PS5, you're going to want to install an additional SSD. And not just any SSD will do, though, since the PS5 has some pretty hefty requirements for what drives will work when expanding your storage. First, it has to be a PCIe Gen 4 M.2 NVMe SSD with a sequential read speed of at least 5,500 megabytes per second. Now, secondly, it has to have a heatsink in order to keep it from overheating. Now, we've talked before about the Western Digital Black SN850, which has for a while been our top choice for adding some extra storage to your system. But today we're talking about the Corsair MP600 Pro LPX, a new challenger to that crown, and quite possibly the best SSD you can buy for the PS5. In today's video, we'll be discussing the benefits of the Corsair MP600 Pro LPX, benchmark a few games to fully test out its capabilities, compare it to the WD Black and the stock PS5. Now let's load up and get started. Now the Corsair comes in a few storage options. The one I have right here is 1 terabyte, but you can pick up one that has 500 gigabytes, 2 terabytes, or 4 terabytes with pricing varying on each. Now those are massive and you'll find it well worth it for those larger game files. Now the Corsair can reach speeds up to 7,100 megabytes a second sequential read, 5,800 megabytes a second sequential write with PCIe Gen 4 technology. Now this is great for those larger game files, as I stated, and surpasses the PS5 speed requirements. The actual SSD has a pre-installed aluminum heat spreader, which is important since, as we mentioned, a heatsink is required for any SSD you install in the PS5's M.2 slot. Now for the most important part of the video, benchmarking a few games to see how the Corsair stacks up. Now we'll be putting the Corsair MP600 up against the stock PS5 SSD and the WD Black SN850. Now we'll have the comparisons for each up on the screen for you to see how it all breaks down so you can compare for yourself. Now, as you can see here, the Corsair MP600 is able to match the Western Digital SN850 and the stock PS5, meaning both SSDs would be a solid choice for expanding your storage while maintaining the PS5's impressively quick loading times. Now, the MP600 loaded first while fast traveling in Miles Morales, as you can see here. To be quite honest, the load-in isn't that noticeable across the board, only very slightly when comparing. With everything we just showed you for the Corsair MP600 Pro LPX, we'd love to know your thoughts. Now, the Corsair is 7,100 megabytes a second, 5,800 megabytes a second read-write speed versus the WD's 7,000, 5,300 read-write speed. So while the boxes and each SSD's respective websites, have these numbers to show you, there's really not a noticeable difference between the read-write speeds while booting up and actually playing games. Now that means it all comes down to price, and at $154.99, the 1 terabyte Corsair is a little bit cheaper than the 1 terabyte SN850 with heatsink. Now, in other words, a cheaper price tag for equal if not slightly better performance, which is why the Corsair MP600 Pro LPX is IGN's recommended PS5 SSD. Regardless of which one you go for, you're getting larger storage space for your continually growing library of games, and that's always a benefit to the PS5's limited storage space without. Now, if you've upgraded your PS5 to this or another SSD, please tell us about your experience. And for more on tech, please check out our PS5 accessories video. And for everything else, keep watching IGN.
Just so it's out there, I can't swim.
Look, it looks like it's shallow on the right side. Follow me.
I'm glad Marlene hired you guys.
What do you mean?
I know you guys are getting paid for this, but I'm trying to save this.
Yeah, sure thing.
No. No, no, no.
What happens now?
What are you doing, Tess?
How was your morning?
Where were you, Tess?
West End District.
We had a drop to make.
Well, you wanted to be left alone, remember?
So I'll take one guess. The whole deal went south and the client made off with our pills. Is that about right?
Deal went off without a hitch. Enough ration cards to last us a couple of months, easy.
You want to explain this?
I was on my way back here, and I got jumped by these two assholes, all right?
We're on fire.
Don't look, Sarah. We're almost there, baby.
Come on! Go! Move it! Get to the highway!
Like, are you serious?
I got served the damn papers this morning. I've been selected for outside work duty.
Oh, that's such crap. Soldiers are supposed to handle the outside.
I'll make sure to tell them that.
Attention. Citizens are required to carry a current ID at all times. Compliance with all city personnel is mandatory.
Look at that. Ration line hasn't opened yet. Must be running low again.
Attention. Citizens are required to carry a print ID at all times. Compliance with all city personnel is mandatory.
Look at that. Ration line hasn't opened yet. Must be running low again. They fucking lynched him.
The entire squad?
Got us all new
Yeah.
papers.
Way
They
I
shouldn't
heard
give
it,
us
they
any
lined them up
static
in the
up there.
street and cut 'em up.
Let's play cool.
Drive on through.
See you later. There you go. What's your business here?
Got the day off. Visiting a friend.
All right, move on through. Thanks.
Get out of here, go! Close it off! Firefly! Get out of here, go! Close it off! Get out of here, go! Close it off! Fireflies! Fucking shoot 'em! They're running!
Come on. Go, let's go. Come on.
Must clear the surrounding area immediately. Attention. Checkpoint 5 is now closed.
PlayStation.
What's up, everybody? Damon Hatfield here with Brian Altano on the show floor at Gamescom with some breaking news. PlayStation has announced, PlayStation, which is not here, by the way, and now we know why. PlayStation has announced it is increasing the price of the PlayStation 5 in certain markets. The price is going up, which is pretty unprecedented. The console that you can't find anyway is going to increase in price. So here in Europe, it's increasing by 50 euros, in UK by 30 pounds, Japan 5,000 yen, about 50 bucks. Australia, it's increasing by 50 Australian dollars. The price is also going up in Mexico and Canada. However, our home country of the United States is being spared for now.
Yes, so we saw this happen with the Meta Quest 2 recently, or Oculus Quest 2, as I'll call it forever. And we didn't really think that was going to come over to, proper video game console world, but here we are. So nothing from Nintendo yet, nothing from Xbox yet on price increases, but this is a pretty big jump. Like, this is kind of unprecedented. We've seen video game consoles go down in price over the years. We've seen price cuts forever, but we've never really seen a price increase like this. So let's actually get into why they said that's going to happen. Here, I'll pull it up.
Okay, pull it up, Brian.
Okay. The global economic environment is a challenge that many of you around the world are no doubt experiencing. We're seeing high global inflation rates as well as adverse currency trends impacting consumers and creating pressure on many industries. Based on these challenging economic conditions, SIE has made the difficult decision to increase the recommended retail price of PS5. While this price increase is a necessity given the current global economic environment and its impact on SIE's business, yada, 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 our top priority continues to be improving the PS5 supply situation so that as many players as possible can experience this wonderful new price increase. I added that part at the end, but that's where we are on this. So the PS5, like Damon said, incredibly hard to find already, getting a little bit easier. Now it just got more expensive. So this actually puts Xbox in a really interesting situation because now the Series X is priced a lot more competitively, and the Series S feels like the best value in next gen even more than it ever did.
Right. So because of inflation, Sony is passing on their extra costs onto you, the consumer, in the select markets. And Sony has just made Xbox Series X the cheaper next-gen console alternative.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Switch is just still crushing it. But I want to say thanks, Sony, passing those savings on to us, because you and me, we both run billion-dollar companies, so we can afford it, right? No, this sucks. This sucks for consumers. It sucks that Sony was kind of forced a hand on this. Like, obviously, the world is in a weird place right now. Everything is more expensive. Everything is harder to get. So this is just the reality of it. But I wish they had kind of just shielded us from all that, you know?
Yeah. One would think a large company like Sony would be able to take on the extra burden, but I don't know. These are unprecedented times. This news is just breaking right now. We'll continue to follow the story here at IGN. Stay tuned for more from Gamescom.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't know, maybe throw a game code or two in there in the box and throw in some free God of War Ragnarok. See how we feel, you know?
俺たちはこの世に存在するべきではない。
愚かだな、風間陣。ファイト。
It's official, Tekken 8 is coming to the PlayStation 5 console courtesy of our battle-hardened friends at Bandai Namco Entertainment. Now, let's check in on 2 games in development for PlayStation VR2.
The story I was telling, it was about a certain droid repair tech who had no business getting into this kind of trouble. But there they were, standing against evil wherever it popped up.
I think there are a few new items on the shelves that might catch your eye.
The locals can be a little rough on tourists, but it's nothing you can't handle.
The first order on Batu. Surely we can count on you now.
Oh, hello, my friend.
Ready for battle. Let all monsters beware. My aim is true. Taste my steel.
I call lightning! Shorkogdura Palergotson!
Bullseye. Go back to the abyss.
Let them deal with that!
You will be destroyed.
I summon fire!
Demio brings the creativity and chaos of a tabletop RPG to PS VR2. This next game is being rebuilt from the ground up and will be available outside of Japan for the first time.
不思議な話もあったもんやな。時代を動かすはずの男が時代遅れの男に切られ死ぬ。しかもこの世に存在しないはずのもう一人の自分に切られることになるんやからな。なあ、坂本龍馬さんよ。
Hello, Madam Mason? I understand you have a shop to sell.
I think you will find my terms quite generous.
What's the catch?
You are wise to be wary.
Why is your mistress selling the shop?
She has had rotten bad luck with the last few tenants.
Those who came before you just could not seem to escape the darkness. Will you? Watch your step.
An instability front is approaching. Take immediate shelter in a stabilized area. Locations impacted include sectors Delta and Echo.
Another one? After all these years? Call her. Now.
Survive a ride from hell in Pacific Drive, the debut game from Ironwood Studio. Up next, let's check in on PlayStation Stars, a loyalty program rolling out soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace Chen. Not long ago, we announced our brand new loyalty program called PlayStation Stars. It's designed to celebrate you, the players. It will be free to join PlayStation Stars. As a member, you can complete various activities to earn points that can be redeemed for rewards. Digital collectibles are a highlight of the program. These are digital representations of things that PlayStation fans love. Today, I'm pleased to give you a sneak peek at some examples of our digital collectibles. Whether it's a beloved game character or a cherished device from Sony's innovative history, there will always be something new to collect and show off to your friends. And I have more good news. PlayStation Stars will begin to roll out in some regions in Asia, starting in late September. It will launch in the Americas and Europe in the weeks that follow. That's it for now. Check PlayStation blog to learn more about PlayStation Stars.
成功。ジェネレーター出力異常なし。基礎巡航プログラム異常なし。おはようございます。今日もしっかりと稼ぎましょう。AO 採掘ポイント近いです。これはフェアサイズのものです。高熱源体接近。データベースにない新種のエンダーズと思われます。所属不明機よりロックオン。緊急迎撃システム起動。標的ではありますが我々の本気を見せてあげま。高エネルギー反応。対象から攻撃来ます。やりすぎちゃいました。おはようございます。さあ
こんな刺激的な朝は初めてだ。
These next two intense action games are PS5 console exclusives. Let's take a look.
그날은 갑자기 찾아왔지. 그놈들은 무자비했고 인간들은 무력했어. 인류는 형편없이 무너져갔네.
자이오니아, 버려진 자들의 도시지. 전성기에는 10만 명 이상이 살았던 곳이야.
건설한 도시라니. 여긴 무덤인 건가요?
아니, 이곳의 주민들은 에너지 고갈로 잠들어 있는 거야. 이대로 간다면 영원한 어둠뿐이지. 이봐, 우리를 도와줘.
조심해! 리스팅되지 않는 네이트고야. 아담, 뒤로 물러나! 절대적이야.
이 레거시는 믿을 수 없어요. 그렇죠? 그렇다고 말해줘요.
여기 있는 누구도 그 손길이 닿은 적은 없어. 모두 버려진 거야.
그건 신상 모독이에요.
릴리, 부탁해. 난 이러기 위해 태어난 거야.
이렇게 된 이상 나도 몰라요.
고용이의 천사여, 이번에는 우리를 구원할 수 있겠는가?
After 3 centuries of the Tokugawa's repressive rule, the Black Ships appeared without warning, and our nation began to tear itself apart. Those who cleave to the past, those who embrace the new, and the Ronin, a warrior free of all masters and bonds. I will watch over you all as your blades carve a new future. Your time has come. Rise as one.
Experience an era of great change and upheaval in Rise of the Ronin, a sprawling action RPG from Team Ninja. Before we wrap up, we've got one more update for you.
Everyone keeps secrets. Sometimes it's the only way to protect the ones we love.
god for me? Is it a god of war you came to find?
You don't really want war, do you, Kratos? All that blood on your hands? On your son's hands?
What is it you will not tell me?
I can't talk about it, but I just need you to trust me.
We follow your every whim.
But you don't believe in any of it.
And still I follow. Because all that matters is that you are safe.
But that's not all that matters. Who's keeping you safe?
I do not need you to protect me.
You sure about that?
Pretender god! For the old father!
Death can have me when it earns me.
What do you even know of godhood? In your lifetimes, has anyone ever worshipped you? Ever prayed to you? Can you even imagine that kind of love? No! You don't care about anything beyond yourself. Beyond the monster who kills without cause.
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written. Make our own destiny.
And that's the show. God of War Ragnarok comes to PS5 and PS4 on November 9th. See you next time!
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Podcast Beyond, IGN's #1 PlayStation podcast. I am your host, Mark Medina, and I'm joined by John Davison.
Hello, how you doing?
Jada Griffin.
Hello, everybody.
And Brian Altano.
Beyond! Nice.
I love it. I love the energy. You know, I woke up yesterday, and I thought the same thing same thought I have every time I wake up, which is, how could this day get any worse? And then they announced a Nintendo Direct, and I thought, okay, this could be cool, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
And then they announced a State of Play, and I'm like, it better be good. And it was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. It's pretty some wonderful surprises, some stuff that I think we knew about already, and some stuff I was like, please stop showing me this because I'm already sold on this game.
Yeah.
I'm in.
So let's start with that. Obviously, the big one more thing was a controller, which was not a Mark Medina controller. John, what about you?
No, I'm not into the game-specific controllers so much. So, no, not for me. But there's a lot more of God of War than I wanted to see right now.
Exactly.
So hold on, you're all telling me you don't like the idea of like tribal art of two wolves kissing?
on your DualSense.
That's
controller.
not what it looks like. It looks like a company logo.
Well, I mean, I have that tattooed on my butt, and I'm a little upset that there's a controller with it now.
They didn't talk to you about it.
You got to get those things trademarked.
So every time they show God of War, I think to myself, like, I don't want to see more of this game, and I've never been more in that state of mind with this trailer.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. We were just like kind of like in the room being like, okay, I'm sold. Like, I cannot wait for this game. This is my most anticipated game this fall. Most anticipated PlayStation game of the year. Yeah. I don't need to see another second of it. The first game was incredible. I cried at the end.
Yep.
I want to do that again. Save everything. Like, I know these characters. I know this world. I know how the combat's going to feel. Stop showing me all this crazy, awesome, high fantasy stuff and bosses I've never seen before and environments. Just stop. I'm sold. I'm in. I can't wait.
I was good when they started. I was like, okay, we're seeing some gameplay and stuff. And then it was like, hey, we're going to do just a montage of spoilers at the end. And I'm like, no, like, stop showing us this stuff.
What they should,
Here's the spoiler, Mark. That all happens in the first 5 hours of the game.
Okay.
That's fine.
The first 5 hours of the game. That's all we get. No, I think it was great. I was right there with you, though. Like, it was great for the first bit until I got to, like, the sled part, which we've seen.
Yep.
And then I was like, okay, cut it there. And then they kept going and going and going.
Who are these like undecided voters that haven't figured out that God of War is awesome?
Who needed to see that mermaid to be like, okay, now I'm in?
I mean, like, play the first game. It's like it was like, just go play that, and if that doesn't convince you that you need more of it, then you're good to go.
The first game is just marketing for Ragnarok. What's your hype level, John, on Ragnarok?
Like, there's nothing more this year, and I mean, having seen this, I mean, now I know there's a giant jellyfish in it.
Yeah,
and,
right?
And he appears to be cutting someone's hair.
Sure.
And it's been a while since I played it. I know you've been playing it recently. Was the two of them teaming up on attacks in the original game or not?
Yeah.
That was in there,
absolutely.
Right? Because that looked, when he did the thing, and then when he threw the guy out of what looked like a window of something that was flying or whatever, that kind of looked like it was new.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a lot more like empowered in this game. There's going to be a lot more instances of it. I feel like it was very more limited to Atreus with just a few arrows, and you would command, and sometimes he could grab people from behind.
Whereas
if you got
this,
that
it looks like them passing moves back and forwards to each other.
Yeah, the little double dragon team tag action.
The first God of War felt like a prototype for what the Guardians of the Galaxy game ended up being, but then the Guardians of the Galaxy game was like a little too much because you're controlling everybody, and I'm actually kind of excited to just come back and just be like telling my son what to do.
We saw some what I believe are Valkyrie fights in this game. They look amazing. Yeah, they like the giant bosses and all these cool monsters. I want to find the monsters monsters are a nice surprise in video games for me. I'm a giant horror fan. I like to turn a corner, see a wretched beast, and then kick the crap out of it. So
that scene that was just there where he like strangles the guy with his own tongue and then throws him out of the window. Actually, after we just said that, it was spoiling it for us, we're showing it again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, we got a show to do.
I think the big thing for me that was the most exciting for me was when he grapples and goes straight into a combo. That is so cool because like there's so many times in these action games where it's like, okay, you can traverse and then land and start your combo, or you just a combo. You don't usually get to blend those two as fluidly as it looks.
No, totally. And can we pour one out for that blood smoke monster that was born with like a weak spot rune on its head?
Sure.
Like, it's just
they're always born with a weak spot. I love this part too, when Atreus unlocks his fire arrow, Ocarina of Time.
This is Hylia. This is Lake Hyla. This is where they're at.
I love like he turned it from day to night doing that. Like it's incredibly cool. Again, completely 100,000,000% in on this game. It looks stunning. The more we see of it, the more I love the like vibrant color, high fantasy, almost like vintage heavy metal style look they're giving to it, and not like the music genre, like the old old comic book animation stuff. I love that. Like, I feel like the recent Thor movies dipped into that a little bit, and they're doing it here. But it's also gritty as hell, and I almost said grounded. I don't want to know if you want to call a game like this grounded, but what I loved about Kratos
completely
in the last
realistic.
This all happened was just how heavy the combat felt, and I'm excited to bring that back.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's like, I know that like when it comes to marketing, they have to show this game, right? Like not everyone's as tuned in as we are, as like always just being like, we're good. Somebody's got their PS5 and they're looking for their big fall game, and they're like, cool, God of War. But like, part of me is like, It's always like the downside of like having to cover these shows. It's like, I don't want to watch these.
We did
this
show a couple months ago after the State of Play, and we talked about how what we kind of predicted for around this month right now, this era specifically, was that we would get like a God of War focused State of Play.
Right.
And we didn't.
Yeah.
We just got God of War as a treat at the end of a State of Play that we were going to watch anyway, and they just spoiled a bunch of stuff for us. It's okay.
The biggest question is okay, so for one is we got a State of Play halfway through September. Do we still is this the showcase? Are we not getting a showcase? Or do you guys also I feel like that State of Play for God of War is still coming.
You think so?
I think so.
I think this is it.
It would be I don't know. It's like they did one for Horizon. They did one for Ghost of Tsushima. It seems like that's just kind of their trend. So I would love for this to be it, but the game still has.
I don't think we're going to get a God of War. We might get some teasers of things that are coming next year. There's a lot getting slammed into Q1 next year.
Yeah.
And I think there might be here's what's next. What I think's interesting about this one is we're finally getting to a point where just about every game in that presentation actually looked like what we thought next gen games were going to look like. Right. Like the God of War, so much more impressive than everything else, but now it's starting to deliver on the promise that like. I feel like we've been waiting 2 years to really see what the PS5 can do, and like now we're getting more than a glimpse of it.
And can we pour one out for the base PS4s that have to run that game?
I know that's going to hurt.
That's going to hurt. So loud.
The game looks awesome, and it's still your PS4 Slim is going to be able to play that game.
I know that console is like 14 years old at this point. It's just going to be like it's going to be chugging. But
speaking of games that like. I don't know. I thought looked really, really awesome. Rise of the Ronin. Team Ninja. I was like, I'm sitting here watching the trailer and I'm thinking, don't compare it to Ghost of Tsushima. Don't compare it to Ghost of Tsushima. And then they just made it look very Ghost of Tsushima-like.
Put yourself in Team Ninja's position, right?
Yeah.
They basically invented the rock hard kind of like 3D combat game.
Yeah.
And they practically invented the genre of like badass like Asian heroes, and it got stolen away from them by all these other games. To me, this feels like them reclaiming their territory.
Well, and that's kind of my thing is like this game is going to be like it looks really, really cool. It looks very pretty. The combat looks really fun. I hate that games sometimes have to live in the shadow of other games, but I don't know. I'm sold. I think it looks really cool.
There was something about the combat in this game that like immediately struck me as just incredibly cool. The camera pulling back behind the player, like John was saying, like this is a studio that's been they've mastered this craft before anybody else even attempted it. Plus, there's some like really interesting stuff going on in terms of traversal. You got that glider. There was an American flag at the beginning of this, kind of like tucked down an alley, and so I wonder if. Like you're going to get into some sort of like kind of feudal, like us versus them type thing, where them is the U.S. basically, and you're reclaiming areas and environments and streets and stuff like that. But yeah, the combat looks awesome. This is a PlayStation 5 exclusive, so
console exclusive.
Yeah, that's right.
Jada, what about you?
Yeah,
it looks like a Jada game.
It definitely is a Jada game. The over-the-top action that looks like it's going to be very like twitch reflexes for those combos and counters. The little flying kunai throw, like kunai on a chain throw and whip into somebody from that bridge in that scene, like that. Yeah, this game is definitely up there on my list for whenever we're going to get it next year. I think they said 2023, or did they just show it? I don't even remember.
Everything they showed said 2023, right?
Yeah, everything. Yeah. God of War, obviously.
Except for God of War.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this one's definitely up there on my list. I was a huge Ghost of Tsushima fan. We talked about the Platinum Trophy for it last week on Beyond, and so like this one is just ready to be added to the collection when it drops.
Speaking of Jada games,
yes.
I'm not going to give you Tekken yet.
Okay.
I know you want it, but that's not what we're getting.
All right.
Let's talk about Like a Dragon, Ishin, which is, all your favorite Yakuza characters you know and love, just in feudal Japan.
Great.
Yeah.
Sure. Awesome.
Time traveling Yakuzas. I love it. Like, let's do it. Like, just.
Like, what are your thoughts on, like, what is this? I am so, like, out of the Yakuza loop.
Well, conceptually, this feels like the way, like, they treat Mario characters, where they're like, it's a stage play, and they can show up wherever they want,
no
like,
rules.
So I like that, like, just taking characters and themes and even story beats that you recognize from Yakuza games and dropping them in a completely different era is super creative. Like I mean, this is a series that there's been 7, 8 of them now, spin-offs and stuff like that, and then you get the Judgment games. Like I'm totally cool with this studio going, hey, let's do something completely different. Like, especially if it's just the same 4 streets as every Yakuza game.
I mean, when I heard they were doing another, I thought they were going to lean into the humor again, like a dragon, but it's pretty clear that's not the case.
Yeah, yeah. This is hyper violent, which is fun as hell.
I mean, and I think it's really important for these studios to be able to stretch their legs and do different things like this so that their games don't become stale over time. We've seen that with other franchises where they're forced to release the same game time after time, sequel after sequel, and we get tired of them. Yeah. I'm sure they get tired of looking at the same assets and building upon the same thing. They're like, let's do something completely new, and this is what it is. So this is their chance to do that. So I'm excited to see what they do with this.
I feel like Sega's got the hang of how to talk about this as well. Remember when the original Yakuza came out?
Right.
They were trying to position it against Grand Theft Auto as much as anything else, right? And it was kind of like, this is our edgy gang thing, and it's a bit like a role-playing game, but it's kind of like GTA. And now they've been like, no, we know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Like, and we can do whatever we want with it.
Now they're like, it's sexy River City Ransom. Enjoy.
Yeah.
And then, the first game they showed, something John called immediately, was Tekken. But we're not going to talk about that yet. We're going to talk about the game so we have those games, Deathloop and Forspoken, that they just seem like they show up at everything.
Right.
And that's becoming Hogwarts Legacy.
Right.
Hogwarts Legacy, for better or worse, just won't go away. But we got a spooky trailer and a PlayStation exclusive quest.
Cold.
Did you write out what it's called? Hogsmeade something. They showed it for like a second.
Haunted Hogsmeade or something.
Yeah, I think that was it. Who's excited for Hogwarts Legacy?
I've
gonna have someone, right?
I've never been in a
Every time we post anything about this game, it goes nuts.
Yeah.
And like when we did we put all of the house, the houses common rooms up on social media last week, and all of them got a gajillion views. People are super excited about
this.
Part of me wants to play it just for the hype, but like I read the first 4 books, and like that was it. I think I saw the first movie and the 5th movie. So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Tekken.
Yeah.
Started with Tekken. The second it started, John was like, "Is this Tekken?"
I don't even think it was. It was a quarter of a second. John was like, "Tekken."
It was the G on the thing for the G Corporation that made me think. However, I will admit that we'd sort of heard that Namco Bandai was going to show something big at this event. With no hint of what it was, and it was sort of like, well, it's probably Tekken then, right? So on the car ride over here, I did spend some time reminding myself.
You looked up spoilers?
Well, no, I looked at. I've played all of the Tekkens over the years and have absolutely no memory of what the story actually is.
Right.
Because it gets a little complicated.
Yeah.
Because there's people with very similar names, with like the devil thing in them, and then there's the whole ogre thing, and then it gets into genetics and warring corporations, and Hihashi's dead, and then he isn't, and then he is again, and this is like basically father and son beating the crap out of each other.
This is the most accurate retelling of Tekken lore that I have ever heard.
I zoned out and I thought he was talking about Game of Thrones, House of Dragon, because it also applies to that.
It's basically 3 generations of one family who decide that the ownership of this huge multinational conglomerate that they've created is probably best managed by setting up a tournament where people beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah.
That's the best way to decide who the CEO of your company should be.
Yep. Trial by combat.
John, does IGN have plans for?
I think when it's time for me to move on. I think what we should do for the whoever's gonna be publisher next. I think you should fight for it.
That's actually how John got here. He fought me.
I had to kill the
He kicked my butt.
Jada, you mentioned that like fighting game fans are eating good right now.
Yeah. I mean, Guilty Gear just released a new season, announced a new season with new characters. We got Street Fighter 6 on the way, and now Tekken 8 we know is on the way. There's probably 2 other fighting games that I'm missing right now.
It's been a minute since we've heard from NetherRealm. They're probably
what we need now. Like, I mean, we had Sony buying Evo last year, and we were all kind of like, what are they going to do with it? And I think what it seems clear that they're doing is they're making PlayStation the fighting game platform, right? I mean, I think other than Smash Brothers, the whole Evo scene is now very, very focused on PlayStation.
Right.
And like I said, all we need now is NetherRealm to say, hey, we're doing another Mortal Kombat, and like every big game is
or
on its
Injustice.
way.
Injustice 3 is also on the docket, and that's a very big, very popular one for NetherRealms. So well,
we have tons more State of Play to talk about. When we come back, John's going to give us that full history of Tekken, starting from the first game. But yeah, we have lots more State of Play to talk about, so we're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be right back. I hope that made it.
A secret point.
We can probably do another segment.
I was going to say more State of Play, right?
Yeah.
We still have a lot of games to talk about.
Are we going to do a segment of like what we didn't see? Like things we were expecting?
We could do that.
Throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to the post show for the State of Play. We weren't sure if we were going to get multiple segments out of the State of Play, but there was a lot of good stuff. So let's kick it over to PSVR2. We saw a game called Demio and Star Wars Tales from Galaxy's Edge, which is already exists for the MetaQuest. But let's start with Star Wars. What do you guys think?
I mean, this is a game that, like you just said, it's on Quest 2 already. It's sort of like I don't want to call it just like a big advertisement for their theme park.
Right.
It's sort of tied in there, but it's deeper than that. But here, I think they said it's like an enhanced version. Yeah. And it definitely looks better. Like we're getting to the point now where there's a running theme with PSVR 2 stuff, and that it looks very, very good. Like,
well, I mean, you're seeing like volumetric lighting, you're seeing particles in the air, things that we don't normally see in VR games.
Right.
Which we starting to get a glimpse of just how powerful the PSVR 2 actually is. Like some of the gameplay looks kind of like we expect from a VR game.
Right.
But then there are these moments where I think when it's not doing these shooty sections, I think when it's more the environmental and the conversational stuff, it's bringing in these. I mean, look, C-3PO, there's like, you know, like it looks like ray tracing on him, and like, you know, there's effects that we're not used to seeing in VR games.
Right.
I was actually really surprised how much better than the Quest version this looks.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And the thing with PSVR is like PSVR 2 is it looks great, right? You're going to see some awesome looking VR games, but like a big plus is that it's got haptic feeling in the headset, which you can just kind of like look at this trailer and know where those are going to kind of hit. You're going to feel like weird vibrations and stuff like that. And it's also using the adaptive trigger technology that's in the DualSense. So yeah, Jada, what about like PSVR?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a proponent for PSVR for a while. I don't know if this one's going to be one for me personally. I like Star Wars, but I don't know if I want to dive back into this game just for an upgraded version. I'm more looking for that new experience that PSVR 2 is going to bring to us. So it looks great, and I think a lot of Star Wars fans are going to be happy with this one, but I don't know if this one's for me.
I mean, I'm a giant Star Wars fan, so I love shooting Minox no matter where I can do it. So I'm into this no matter what. But I think this is more to like kind of build out the library between the first party stuff. What's interesting though is that like we keep seeing PSVR 2 games, and there's still all those questions around the system itself. We don't have no release date. We don't know price. We don't know backwards compatibility. Like all of those are going to be very, very important to how quickly early adopters want to jump into it. If it's like, I mean, they just raised the price on PS5. So what? I mean, what are we predicting? $550 for PSVR2?
We've had a long running tally. I think PSVR launched at $250 or $300.
I think it was $299.
$299.
Yeah, okay. And that was pretty expensive. And you think that this thing, I was like, okay, it has to be like $400. And then it's like the more they show, I'm like, it's probably going to be $500. Yeah, and it's probably going to be impossible to find.
The Quest just went up $100 as well.
That's
so
right.
The technology is getting more expensive just because of what's happening with the components. I think for me, it's going to be about how it feels when you're wearing it. Like my big objection was it was all those cables coming out the back into a box that then didn't sit very well next to you. Like none of it sat in a comfortable way.
You move an inch and that box would go flying.
And I mean, like the other devices were not great. The original Oculus setup wasn't great, and then the Vive was a real pain in the ass because you had to have the cameras around. So I think we've moved a long way away from that. But what I'm hoping is that it's like one thin cord coming out of the thing at most, because if it's another like big batch of cables,
no, we know for sure it's
already
only
announced.
There's only one snake this time, not like 16 snakes like the ones before. We don't know if like you can plug it into your PC and use it as like PC VR though. But you mentioned like actually wearing it and feeling it, and you were talking about like the DualSense and haptic features and stuff like that. That's going to be such a big selling point, and it's going to be one of those ones you won't really know is great until you try it yourself. Like VR always had that kind of uphill battle. I feel like now there's more people have tried VR. It's more of a sort of like understood quantifiable thing for people. It's less like I have to go to Best Buy and try this thing on and put this hat on during a pandemic. Get all the germs on my face.
Touched other people's faces.
Yeah, all day long.
Try that.
Yep. So, but this like once you start playing a game and you feel the controllers and you feel like and there's 3D sound and stuff like that, I think that's going to be like one of those things where you go, oh man, I got to buy this. Damn it.
It's like when you play a game, the game's goal is to always kind of like get you immersed, right? But at the end of the day, you have a controller in your hand and you're looking at a TV, right? If you do a headset, that gives you a little bit more immersion. But like VR, the whole point is immersion, right? Yeah. So everything that they can do to kind of like make you forget about the real world and make you feel like you're in a video game, I'm super down for that. We got a few more kind of cool looking games. Stellar Blade, which was originally Project Eve, kind of looked like a little like mech Dark Soulsy kind of looking game. Jade, what'd you think?
Yeah, I loved it. Very action centric, very kind of DMC, fast paced. I feel like I'm repeating myself with a lot of games that are coming that we got to see today. But I really like the look of this one. I think it showed itself off very well. I think we got a look at Project Eve in a state of play or a showcase in the past. So I'm very excited to see that this one got an update and it's still continuing and looking great and even better than it did the first time, because the first time I know it fell a little flat.
I love when a game is like, I love when, we saw it with Project Octopath, where it's like, this is our code name. And then they're like, okay, this is the actual name. Yeah. This one's like wildly different. But Brian, you're a Dark Souls fan.
Yeah, I actually got a little annoyed at the beginning when they showed this first person view of the inside of a ship, because I was like, let me out of the ship and let me stab people. Like, I don't want to fly around and look inside of the cockpit all the time. But in terms of like Souls games that are or Souls likes that are like out now or coming out soon, we just got Steel Rising and we're getting Lies of P, and both of those are like kind of steampunk-ish or very steampunk-ish or steampunk adjacent. And this is more used future dystopian robot stuff torn apart. I'm way more into that rather than like, creepy clocks come to life and top hats. Like, no disrespect to the art styles in those games. They
Steel Rising
really
is
cool.
Like mannequins came up to
life. You don't need nightmares from when you go to visit your grandparents, right?
Outside of the regular ones you get for doing that. But yeah, I love the monsters in this game. I love the combat. Looks super fun. Looks tough as hell. I love like getting my butt kicked in video games, coming back and killing the creature that killed me. So it's also like, look at just how dynamic the character moves here, like the backflips and stuff like that. It's
just the environment. I mean, like this is another one where it's like, okay, this feels, like a next gen game. There's a lot going on to kind of set the tone, and there's a lot of, debris and particles and the cool lighting and it's and it's got a look, right? It kind of like
it sets itself apart.
Yeah, it feels very consistent with itself, like I think a lot of games are very derivative right now. They're all trying to do the From Software thing, or they're trying to do, and this feels like it's like, okay, we have a vibe that we're going for. And I love the creepy old cyborg guy.
I know. Like, what was it? The Surge, those games. Brought in sort of like the mech stuff a little bit and a little bit of the used future stuff. But it obviously was like a slower paced, kind of heavier games. And this just looks like you're doing backflips and stabbing people. And like, I'm into it.
And then finally, what about Pacific Drive? I was trying to get a grasp on like what that is. It's like the studios. It's Ironwood. I believe it's their first game.
Yeah, debut game.
We thought it was like a Ghostbusters game.
We all had wildly different ideas. I think John said it was.
I thought maybe this is what the No Man's Sky team are doing next. It's like a sort of more down to earth looking thing.
I do love that like guessing game, meta game to every showcase, state of play, Nintendo Direct, all those fun things. You're sitting there like, is this Ghostbusters? No, this is Laser Shoot Larry.
And this game has like an odd look because part of it's beautiful, right? But then some of it is like. Look at the way that car looks, and it's sort of almost kind of a low poly kind of like, but with like a very high res texture over it. There's like a distinct look. Like it to me, what was going through my head was, are they doing like a Kentucky Route Zero, but like super high fidelity, or like what is this?
Oh, because you even called out.
I thought it was like a Quantic Dream type game, like a Next Beyond Two Souls, something along those lines. Like it gave me those vibes right off the bat. So I'm intrigued to see what this ends up being because like. We honestly have no clue.
I also like that the janky old station wagon has kind of like pseudo kit stuff inside of it.
The station wagon like grows parts or gains them somehow. But yeah, John, I was with you. I was like, this feels like a little Firewatchy for a minute there. Like how it just felt like, it looked like Wreck-It Ralph's hands or whatever for a second. And then it just starts building up. But even like the gunk effects and stuff on the dashboard, it's kind of cartoony. Like I'm really into this art style. It took me a minute to kind of figure out what it was. I still don't like. I mean, my guess right now is this is a no pun intended narrative driven first person car game where you drive across along the Pacific narratively. This is me like Moby Dick is about a dick named Moby. And you're just driving your car and like crazy stuff happens and like I don't know, that could be really cool. It doesn't seem like there's a racing component or a multiplayer component. It just seems like there's a start and end here.
I do love that like Firewatch comparison because that game it was kind of had that like Wreck-It Ralph kind of, but it's also like insanely serious. I do want more of those for sure.
I like the Ironwood logo too. It reminds me of like Weyland Yutani from Alien.
Let's talk about what wasn't there because that's always we always have our hopes and dreams. Everybody shoots for the sky, and then it doesn't happen.
Right.
Can I start?
What's that?
Can I start?
Oh, please.
Jade has
thoughts. I mean, I've got chat open, and I've been looking at chat, and everybody's screaming for Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 is what everybody was hoping was going to get shown today. We knew it was going to be mostly Japanese partners, is what they said on their website for it, so I didn't have my hopes up for that one. But obviously, chat is hungry for Spider-Man, so I just definitely wanted to make sure I acknowledge everybody in the chat. I see you guys out there. Whether you guys are enjoying our podcast or not, you're here. So just, enjoy it.
I'm playing the Spider-Man on Steam Deck right now. Ooh, glorious!
What mods are you running?
I'm not running any mods.
No,
I don't want to be. I don't want to be Better Call Saul. No disrespect to the modders out there. I just want regular ass Spider-Man with his cool animated costume. I know, like, again, not a Japanese company, but I wanted something from Sucker Punch at some point. I want to know what they're working on next. I want to see their like definitive next gen game, whatever they're doing after Ghost of Tsushima. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna just piggyback off of Jada's. Wolverine. Wolverine is such a mystery right now. We've only gotten like a minute long kind of teaser. We don't know anything about what that game looks like, how far in development it is. That was something I was really hoping to see. I knew I'm very good at keeping my expectations in check, and they're very good at being like, this is what you're going to see.
Mark, there are 3 games right now that are teaser trailer pan and scans of like either a desk or like a bar that we've just picked apart for Easter eggs. It's Amy Hennig's game, it's Wolverine, and the Indiana Jones game. And I think it's like the new way of like just be like, here's a messy desk, you guys sort it out. Look over that for a few years. I'm like, show me Wolverine.
John, what about you?
I mean, outside of the fact that we knew it was going to be primarily Japanese, I thought if this is the last one of this year, I thought we might get a... There are a number of things that are sort of happening in the background around Sony properties, right? Like we know that the Twisted Metal TV show just finished filming and it's coming out next year. I was hoping maybe an acknowledgement that we're bringing this franchise back in some way. Right. The one that I kind of, and it's weird because I didn't particularly love it at the time, but I have a fondness for it in hindsight, and that's Siphon Filter, because I feel like there's a massive gap for that kind of stealthy spy. Right. Like we haven't had a Splinter Cell in God knows how long. We haven't had a Metal Gear in God knows how long. Like Siphon Filter was Sony's attempt at that. They did actually some really interesting games on the PSP and the Vita as well with that franchise, and then it just ended. Like it was PS3, right? It was and then they just haven't touched it since. And it feels like a franchise that is a type of game that the audience, even if they just said, "Hey, we're rebooting this franchise," and it was a logo or it was
that's all it takes sometimes.
And we know that Days Gone 2 isn't happening, so you do have this like first party studio that it's like, okay, you used to make Siphon Filter, we want more Siphon Filter, and we know that you're not working on Days Gone 2. You know, lastly, I'll say Team Asobi. That kind of fits in with what they were, the theme of this showcase. We have no idea what they're working on. They said it's a big game.
It's Astro's Playhouse.
Yeah, they'll be there day one on the PSVR2 launch. Yeah, that's I guarantee.
Hope so, because that's like Astro's Playroom is so good.
Yeah, no, they're there to show off all the new toys and bells and whistles with new hardware, and I love them for that.
Well, the State of Play was not the only big showcase we got. Over the weekend, we got the Ubisoft Forward. So, we're done with the State of Play. I don't want to hear another word about it. All right. We're moving to Ubisoft after the break. We'll be right back.
Swerved on them.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN State of Streaming is back.
Sounds like the solar opposites are going to be having some fun this year.
On Monday, September 19th, we're kicking off a full week of coverage, live and in studio with special guests like Justin Roiland.
Hey, what's up? We're here at State of Streaming.
Exclusive new looks at shows and insights from the creatives behind them. It's everything you need to know about streaming. It's IGN State of Streaming.
You're a busy gamer with plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars, weekdays only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to Podcast Beyond. Did I say welcome? I don't know what I said.
No, you know it.
Podcast Beyond, we're back, and we're talking about the Ubisoft Forward.
That is what the show is called.
Thank you. It happened on Saturday, and it was Assassin's Creed centric.
Yes, yes. There was an hour of Ubisoft being like, here's our portfolio and all of our stuff, and then it was just like, here's Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, it kind of became they went from their normal stage to this like other room, and it was kind of a conference within a conference itself, which kind of like paints this picture that Ubisoft is all in on Assassin's Creed right now. You know, they own a lot of really big properties, Watch Dogs and Ghost Recon and
Far Cry,
but it's like you could tell Assassin's Creed is their bread and butter. So much so that they announced 4 games, a DLC,
5 games.
4. What was the fifth game?
The fifth one is a Netflix exclusive tie-in to their live action show that doesn't have a title or really anything about it. But I have a feeling it's going to be like some Game Loft style 2D platformer. So you can put that in your back pocket. You'll play it with your Roku remote in 2026. Don't worry about it right now.
Hey, if they take it back to like side-scrolling Prince of Persia days,
sure,
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with the only one that's coming this year, which is the Assassin's Creed Valhalla final DLC. It's called The Last Chapter, and it's basically closing out Eivor's story. And during the break, I was desperate. I was like, who's our Valhalla guy? It's
me.
Sean.
It's me.
Right.
So Valhalla sort of by accident became my comfort game. Like, and you know, a lot of what Ubisoft was talking about was making Assassin's Creed a platform. And I feel like Valhalla was actually the tryout for that, in that, you know, it did its sort of mainline Assassin's Creed sort of like leveling up in a particular environment, and then it had the futuristic stuff, and then it had the sort of present day links to it, and then it also went off on this sort of wild tangent with the Viking god stuff, when you got the sort of Asgardian part of it as well, which they've blown out in DLC as well. So I put about 120-ish hours into Valhalla.
Nice work.
Because when I can't think of what to play, I'll put it on, and I'm at the point now where I'm so badass that I'm like, nothing's that hard,
right?
You know, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, I'll do a raid, and I'll go and get some stuff, and I'll go, and I still don't have all of this armor set. So, because some of the environmental puzzles are, you know, you've got to work out how to get into this tomb, which has underwater, and it reminds me of how you had to think about Tomb Raider when it was still a puzzle game.
Back PS1.
Where it's kind of like, I know this thing is over there and it's behind a locked door. There's got to be a way in there, and it's not just pulling. It's like finding the right route or draining water out of something. And I really enjoy that. It's almost sort of like passive for me. So I'm actually a little sad that they're ending it, because it feels like, much like, so the last one I really had this strong feelings about was Black Flag, where you get so attached to the characters and their personality and what their reactions are to things, that you just want it to keep going.
Right. Eivor's somebody that's just kind of always been there for you for the last 2 years.
Basically, yeah. And you know, they've told, and there's a love story in there, and there's like the whole thing with his brother, and like there are a lot of kind of like fairly deep storylines that it allows you to kind of dip in and out of in a way that the other Assassin's Creed didn't do. Like Assassin's Creed 2 did a pretty good job of getting you attached to that was Ezio, right?
Yeah.
That one and Black Flag and this one are the ones that have really kind of spoken to me. So honestly, the fact that the fact that it's the last one, I'm kind of sad.
Sure.
I know not everyone loves this game, and I think Assassin's Creed in general gets beaten up for, hey, it's a map with 11 million things in it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I like about it.
Sometimes you need that.
Yeah.
John, the good news is that it's not the last Assassin's Creed game.
I know. Isn't that awesome?
They've renewed the license.
They're going to keep it going for at least one more year.
Yeah.
So not only was Valhalla the last chapter the only one that's coming this year, it's also the only one we actually got to see footage of, I guess you could say. So the big standout was Assassin's Creed Mirage,
right?
Which we got to see a like 10-minute live action trailer, which was awesome. The trailer was awesome, or the little like cinematic they put together didn't really tell us much about the game. We didn't get to see the game at all. We just know it exists and it looks cool. But we do have some details. It's set in Baghdad, 20 years before the events of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So
I don't know why that detail is relevant because of the way Assassin's Creed time hops.
I know. Well, that and like it takes place in Baghdad, like it completely separate areas. So it's kind of weird that they're like, this is 20 years before Valhalla, and you're like, okay.
I wonder if that
is Eivor show.
Is it?
20- That's what I'm saying. Maybe they're going to show the main character here is going to show up at the end of the Valhalla Lost Chapter DLC.
Or
could be actually.
The hook here is it's basically a reimagining of Assassin's Creed 1, right?
Yeah, it's a return to like the actual assassin stuff.
Yeah,
for Assassin's Creed.
Stealth, parkour, and assassination.
I should have looked this up, but is it 20 years since Assassin's Creed 1 came out? It must be close to that, right?
I think it's 15.
Okay,
yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was the.
It was like 2005, 2006.
So yeah, I mean, it could be that
Okay.
where they're going back in order to show that the characters cross over in some way. I think that would be relevant. But I think what's interesting is that they're leaning into the parkour and the assassination. Like one thing Valhalla did not really do. There was assassination goals, but you, like I said, you get to the point where you're so badass that, you know, some dude in black armor shows up on a horse and you're like, all right, come at me, and then a couple of swings and you've taken his head off.
Yeah, you're gonna sneak up on him.
Whereas what the original was great at was that, you know, you were sneaking over rooftops and finding out how to get a drop on them, and it was all about that one-hit kill. Or I loved in the earlier ones where, remember when you could sneak up behind and you could do both blades at 2 people at once?
Yeah.
I've kind of walked away from that stuff.
I loved all the stuff where like you'd creep around a whole castle and you'd jump off the roof and you'd kill some corrupt pope and then you'd hold him in your hands and everything would get dark and he'd be like, oh, why did you kill me? That sucks so bad.
Well,
How to do it?
That's still like in Valhalla. They've kept that tradition.
But it's not sneaky.
I think the rush for me when the originals was after getting that kill was getting out. The music and then getting out.
They've yet to replicate that feeling. I feel like I love Assassin's Creed, but that you kill him, you do your little bit of a talk, you get your feather, you get the blood, and then it's like no, you know, and then you're just like running because the entire town's after you.
50 guys after you, right?
Well, it sort of reminds me about how like the Resident Evil timeline split into like first person shooters and action games and stuff like that, and then the third person stuff. And like we're getting Resident Evil 4, we got Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake, but we also got Resident Evil Village. So like it's almost like all of those fans are kind of satiated at the same time. Obviously, the people who still want tank controls and fixed camera angles, we left you behind in the 90s. I'm sorry, no offense. I miss those days too. But where this is going now, I think it's really smart because they're making this, which services fans of like the old school Assassin's Creed games. But then they're also doing like the follow up to Valhalla, which is Assassin's Creed Red, I believe.
Is Red or Jade?
Red.
Red.
Well,
wait, no, none of those have anything to do with Valhalla.
Oh, no, I mean in terms of like being a big open world game.
Right.
Well,
so that's the kind of
Feudal
like
Japan is red.
mystery we go into that. I know exactly what you're saying though. When Origins came out, Assassin's Creed transitioned from, Assassin's Creed 1 through Syndicate, it became a Witcher game, essentially. They became Witcher-like, say, RPG and, huge open world things, where Mirage seems to be taking that back. But then we got Assassin's Creed Infinity, which we're not exactly sure what it is. It's like a platform.
They talked about this, 2-3 years ago, and made it sound like, hey, we've been doing all this thing, and they have the, what's the thing, Animus, whatever it is, at the center of it all. The original pitch for it, it made it sound to me like, okay, we're building the Animus, and you're going to be able to launch all of these like old heroes out of it, and it's this central clearinghouse. Now it sounds like BattleNet for Assassin's Creed, where it's a launcher.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
But they also, there was a quote, they spilled out a couple of quotes the other day after their whole thing. First of all, this is Assassin's Creed Hex, the Salem Witch Trials one. And
I mean, honestly, I've never been that excited for a logo, but this looks awesome.
It's so, I'm a huge horror fan, so taking that and putting it in Assassin's Creed, very, very cool. But they said something about sort of like taking the Animus stuff and the Desmond stuff from here on out and kind of putting it in the margins and putting it outside of the mainline game, so you maybe won't be bogged down with like him walking around Facebook looking for a computer to sit down and to talk to his uncle's memories or whatever.
Barely touched that.
I know.
There was like, you go to the little like wobbly flickery things, and then you turn into the girl in the future, and then she jumps up the lighted staircase and gets the thing. And that was literally it. And then there's the scene in America, and that's it.
Yeah. So they said they were gonna like take that stuff and I think I think that stuff's gonna be in their hub, their launcher, basically. Right. But they also mentioned they want to make more like shorter, more focused games. sorry for you, John, but like the next one might not be 140 hours.
Really
yeah, I think Mirage is going to be a little smaller, but then as you mentioned, Assassin's Creed Red, codename Red, takes place in feudal Japan. This is going to be more.
This is gonna be big.
Well, this is what people have been asking for years, now, right? Which is to take it here. But the fact that they're taking all the lore out that way reminds me of what Bungie did with Destiny, right? Where in the original Destiny, they were like, all the lore is like written on the back of these things, and like, we're not really going to bother you with it.
You would get like a card that you then had to go to the website for to
like,
read
if you
the
really
lore.
care that much, you can go and look over here. And I think, but what's interesting is that the audience didn't seem to like that. So it's odd that Ubi is like kind of going back to that and being like, we're not going to go up your game with all this.
I think
stuff.
with the Desmond stuff, it kind of became like this running joke of like, who actually likes this? And then there's always a couple of people who are like, me, I like it.
But it didn't really go anywhere. There was no payoff, right? Because it was only scratching the surface of a larger story.
Yeah, it never got deep enough to actually have meaningful impact to the story in one game, and it just kind of broke up the action. It's like, I just did this really cool thing. I'm ready to go do this next area and do this. It's like, oh, I got to go do this Desmond part out of the Animus. Like,
it's like the Mary Jane stuff in Spider-Man.
Oh my gosh!
And
I want to swing. I don't want to hide behind a desk.
And like games need those moments to breathe after a big moment and stuff like that. But it just needs to be put in the game in the right spot, in the right locations at the right timing. If you have it in there too much, you're going to lose players' attention. They may bounce off the game. If you have it in there not enough, you don't give enough story. It's really hard to hit that perfect middle ground for it. So hopefully they can do it with the next couple ones, but we'll see how that works with the Infinity. I don't know. There's so many. I've lost track of them. Infinity is the hub thing, right?
The next few games are going to be $70. No, Infinity is the hub.
The hub with all
launcher.
the lore and stuff.
Mirage is next. I believe Hex and Jade and Red and
so Jade is not part of Infinity.
Right.
It's like a mobile game, which I'm like, I don't know how excited I am for a mobile game Assassin's Creed. Like, the Assassin's Creed itself has kind of been everywhere, but like when I read the notes on it and it's like built from the ground up to work with touch controls, and I'm like,
Well, I mean, I think they're going with, they've seen what's happened with Apex and with Fortnite, and like, if you want a game with a 300 million install base, you got to go to phones, right? And I think, they also showed Rainbow Six Siege on mobile, which we can talk about in a minute. Like, if you want a gigantic audience, that's the way to go, right? I mean, like all the biggest games in the world, PUBG, right? 350 million players,
Fortnite?
Or whatever it is,
Yeah, I don't know. If they allow controller support, then I'm super down. But
buy a backbone, dude.
I know.
Yeah, seriously, get a backbone, dude.
Oh no, I have one, and I really like it.
You guys don't realize this one you have to play in horizontal mode or vertical. You have to play it vertical.
Miyamoto's gonna come out and he's like, you can play it with one hand.
I hope not. I will say I was like not necessarily fatigued on the Assassin's Creed stuff, but a little apathetic, and now I'm recharged a little bit. There's some cool stuff I've been looking forward to there.
No, I totally agree. We are almost out of time. We have one more segment left, but we also have one more break left. So we're going to do that, and we will be right back.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN State of Streaming is back.
Sounds like the solar opposites are going to be having some fun this year.
On Monday, September 19th, we're kicking off a full week of coverage live and in studio with special guests like Justin Roiland.
Hey, what's up? We're here at State of Streaming.
Exclusive new looks at shows and insights from the creatives behind them. It's everything you need to know about streaming. It's IGN's State of Streaming.
You're a busy gamer with plenty plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars, weekdays only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to Podcast Beyond. We're almost out of time, but something that I've noticed from the Ubisoft and from the State of Play is that we've kind of got our fall 2022 roadmap, right? And it's not insane.
It's Call of Duty and God of War.
Right, exactly.
Isn't Forspoken coming out?
Nope.
No, it isn't. That's next year.
Right.
I personally, I get Star Ocean, so I'm looking forward to Star Ocean, but that's October.
And we have Skull and Bones.
Gotham Knights. There's a couple.
We have Gotham Knights. We have Harvestella, which I'm personally very excited for. It was a demo today, so I'm very excited for that. Skull and Bones. We have 24 hours to play all of Skull and Bones because God of War Ragnarok's the next day.
Right.
So we have to burn through.
We have an all-nighter that night.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be a fun night on the ship.
Yeah. No. What you're saying is that like we're in almost mid-September now. And nobody has snuck in any. Oh, by the way, here's a surprise game you'll be playing.
No, I
this November.
I think we're good. We have the roadmap, which is kind of like, Brian, you've been in the industry a long time. John, Jada, I've been here 7 years. The whole trend has always been, with my time at IGN, has been like fall is the busy time.
Yeah.
It's not this year. It's not. March is the busy time.
And last year we saw a bit of this, right?
Yeah.
Where we were starting to hear, hey, the pandemic has changed how we make video games and it's taking a little longer.
Yeah.
And, on the business side, a lot of these companies, their financial year is actually March, where is the end of the year. And we're seeing the stuff getting pushed and as close to that threshold of the end of March. But it's all come to a head this year where there are so many games in Q1. Like...
a terrifying amount.
Like old, remember when November would have like 30 games come out?
Yeah.
I mean, like next year, between January and March, it's starting to feel like, like 20 odd years ago, I ran EGM and like November was just like, we just didn't sleep. And it was like so many games would come out across all these platforms, and I think just PlayStation alone in Q1 there's a ton.
Yeah, we would call it like Christmas 2 basically. It's like, okay, well that the holiday season already happened, the fall games already happened, and then you roll into spring. Like this year we kicked things off with like Elden Ring,
right?
And
I was
Horizon
and Horizon Forbidden West.
Yeah, we were like a few months into the year, and I was like, I know my game of the year, and I'm going to put 100 something hours into it.
Well, and then there's just been like I thought that this spring was insane, right? Because like you even had stuff like Tiny Tina and like I forgot that game existed because like it got sandwiched into so many games because like you said, a lot of fiscal years end in March, so sometimes things kind of just get put out there. But yeah, I think this year's spring is nothing compared to next year's spring. So we have a list here. When I read this number, I couldn't believe it.
Are you going to read all of them?
No.
You should do it in
Speed
a voice.
read. Speed read.
Can you do accents?
I do not. I for one, not in front of all of
Send
you
me the
fine
list,
people.
Mark, and I'll do a different voice for each one.
Do it in a Scottish accent, please.
56 games got delayed this year, which I think is a record. Not delayed out of the year, but 56
not
games
when they
have just
were
been
originally
delayed.
going to come out.
Right.
But we're going to focus on PlayStation games that got delayed from 2020 that we were supposed to be playing this fall and are now going to be playing next year. Suicide Squad. We were hyped to play that.
But did we ever really think that Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad were going to come out at the same time? I think that was kind of a bit of a misdirect from the beginning.
Right. Well, and they finally have shown a little bit more of that game, but I remember around the time of the delay, I think they hadn't really shown the big gameplay trailer yet, so it was still just like CGI stuff, and I'm like, they're like, it's delayed, and I'm like, yeah, we know.
Yeah.
The next one is like, I firmly believe is like a marketing thing. Forspoken. First, it got delayed from May to October.
I could not give less of a crap about this game. Oh my god!
I had no interest whatsoever in this game when it first got shown off. It was very limited. But the last 2 gameplay trailers and sessions that they've shown off, I am all in on the Forspoken train. It looks fantastic. The gameplay looks so fast. It's got you can check out our preview that Destin did, but it has like a DMC combo grading skill in there. There's tons of magic. Like the magic, it feels to me what Final Fantasy 15's magic wanted to be, but done better.
Right.
And so I'm so excited for this because I love mages. I love magic in my games.
I hope you're right.
AJ
I hope you're right.
I do too. I am all in. You can quote me on that, internet. Forspoken is gonna be better than everybody expects.
I feel like there's like a little bit of an identity crisis here because there's
the marketing has been terrible.
Oh yes, yeah. I think we all agree on that. But like the idea of like this is a New Yorker that gets powers and then a surfboard. And there's like a Final Fantasy element and there's dragons. And you're just kind of like, what is this? Where are we? Like, this is a fusion restaurant that is stacked like one too many things on top of each other.
Brian,
and you're like, okay.
Brian, all game design is they have a dartboard and they just throw darts and there's different things. And like, that's going in the game. It's like the Gremlins 2 movie.
She lives in New York and dragons.
All right, now we're going to do that.
How do we do that? That's not my problem.
New York is easily the surfing capital of America, obviously.
But this one was weird because it was supposed to come out in October, got delayed till January. And I remember their messaging behind it was like, we talked to partners and we moved it, and they basically said the game is done. So it seemed kind of markety.
Right. Yeah, because it was looking like Q4 was so crowded they weren't going to be able to cut through, huh?
Well, so what's funny about it is Hogwarts Legacy has a marketing deal with PlayStation, and it's like they both got delayed out of October, and now Hogwarts Legacy is in February. So you're kind of like, is Forspoken just going to get delayed again?
Right.
I don't think so. But my initial thought was, okay, between Call of Duty's marketing deal and Hogwarts Legacy, they're moving Forspoken, and then Hogwarts got delayed. So I'm like, okay, I don't know why they delayed Forspoken then. But yeah, Hogwarts Legacy, it is what it is. One very close to my heart.
That was a deep apathy for Hogwarts Legacy there.
I can't get excited. I'm watching the gameplay and I'm like, again, I'm not a Harry Potter fan. I'm just not. But then when I watch the gameplay and I'm like, I don't understand what this game is.
Also, are you telling me that the spells and the magic in Harry Potter look any better than Forspoken's magic? Like, if we're comparing,
the Forspoken fan
if
here.
we're comparing the magic between the two, Forspoken wins hands down.
Well, that's my thing. Like, I've never cared about Harry Potter once or anything adjacent to it. My brain shuts off the second any of that stuff shows up. See, my brain just shut off. And this is just like, okay, so you made a video game about like going around castles and doing spells and stuff like that. Yeah. Cool. First one of those that we've ever seen. Great. Like if I want to play a game where you can do that, I'll play 100 other video games that are based on, I don't know, worlds and IPs that I care about.
Go play Dragon Age.
Yeah.
Well,
Zelda,
and
Elden Ring.
I know, Brian, that the second they announced that Quidditch isn't in it, you're like, I'm done.
I don't even. That's like, what is that? Sky soccer they play with brooms? I don't care.
That's what it is. No. The one that I am very sad about, Sons of the Forest. I might be the only one on this panel that's like heartbroken, but it was supposed to come out in May, delayed to October.
You're gonna have to refresh all of us on what.
Yeah, please tell the story for like the 4th time on Beyond because we need to hear it.
The Forest is a great game. I think it's one of the best survival games.
It is an excellent game
to ever exist. Yes. This game has almost as much freedom as Minecraft, except for that Minecraft is just kind of built on a grid. But yeah, the story is really good. The island is fully explorable. You can build anywhere. You can chop down any tree. So this follow-up has been... The IGN audience is super excited for this game. Right. Every time a trailer goes up, it's like insane, right?
Also, it's the forest, but sort of very next-gen visuals as well.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's the other thing.
I forgot about this game.
They've never even announced a console version of this. The original Forest is on PC and PlayStation, so I'm hoping they kind of stick to this. But for now, they've only said like, this is when this is coming out. They haven't.
If you want to
get it,
you want to get. There's a million YouTube videos of people playing the Forest. So.
Okay,
it is so.
It seems
so
like
good.
something I'd love. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is very, very fun. Back in the day when we were going to do Let's Plays and stuff like that, and I was like writing up ideas, one was for you and Max to play the Forest, because I was like, you guys would have so much fun, because like the cannibals and stuff you see in the game, they have like advanced AI learning where they'll run up to you and then they'll just stop. and then they'll just kind of study you. And depending on what you do, if you destroy their effigies, if you try to kill them, that's how the AI will act later. I don't know. I love this game.
I think you love it.
Yeah, I'm totally going to check this out.
It's very, very good. Atomic Heart is a weird one. That game, every time I see it, I'm like, this looks cool. But like, but the delay is weird. It was supposed to be Q4, and now they're like, it's delayed to winter, which technically could mean January,
Every time we've run a trailer of this, it's done crazy numbers.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this was a little sad to see this. Like, I think it's still very soon. I think it's still within, maybe it got delayed a month. We don't know. It's supposed to be Q4, and now it looks like it's going to be Q1, but they're messaging. It could be late December. It was this thing where games didn't come out in December, and now we have all these, last year we had Halo, this year we have Callisto Protocol, and,
I remember it was like December 10th or something, or 8th.
Cutoff.
Yeah, Smash Brothers came out a couple years ago, and everyone thought it was like the craziest thing. And like, it misses a lot of cutoff for awards at the Game Awards. Occasionally for us, I know sometimes we make exceptions and move stuff around. So yeah, it's an interesting time. It's also like most people have done their holiday shopping by then, right? Unless you're a disaster like me.
I love December
I like that everybody
games.
paused for that.
No, I was like, well, okay.
Well done.
We're not gonna disagree with you on this point.
Just looking for
no argument here.
Nothing there. Agreed. Sure.
The wheels started spinning. I found nothing.
There's always been a trend of at least one or two games launching in December. It's always been the case for like the last decade plus, but it's usually a very minimal type thing. It's something that you like expected. Like, I think one year maybe Battlefield dropped like the first week of December, like 2 weeks after Call of Duty, I think. Or maybe I've had that backwards with something else. But like, there's always been those one or two that have been there, and those generally sell moderately well. But yeah, like most people are done with their Christmas shopping by when it comes to games specifically, unless they're going to get the consoles that year.
I haven't watched this Atomic Heart footage for a while, and now I'm getting all psyched for it again. Because it's kind of like all the best bits of like Prey and Bioshock, but at a faster pace.
Yeah. Every time they show it, it looks so good, and we just have to keep waiting for it. But, it is what it is. I have Avatar written here as well. That got delayed into oblivion. That was
something based on Avatar got delayed. Look, the good news is that this will line up eventually with one of the 4 planned sequels that will be releasing.
That's the thing
at some
is
point.
you can just keep kicking this game down. It's going to come out in conjunction with a movie.
And this game's other main job is to show off Ubisoft's new engine, right? Which I think we'll probably see in an Assassin's Creed game before we see it in Avatar. By the way, it's going
right. But yeah, that is the roadmap of what we won't be playing in fall. But we have a very busy spring coming up. I know this is a PlayStation podcast, but we're also supposed to have Redfall around that time, which is going to be insane. And then I don't believe it for a second, but Starfield is supposed to be kind of spring, which is going to kind of take over
we found
a lot
out
of our
Breath
lives.
of the Wild 2's release date today, which means that we know that the next Horizon game will come out a week before it.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm kidding.
That's the best running joke is I cannot wait for the game that comes out in conjunction with the next Horizon Zero Dawn, because that game is going to be awesome. Because we had Breath of the Wild, we had Elden Ring. So
what's the next revolutionary game going to be?
Horizon's coming to PSVR, so we might know the PSVR release date based on the Zelda release date.
That's true.
I'm kidding. I kid Horizon.
I have to end the show with some very good news. Last week I said that I got, after 138 hours, I got the Death Stranding Platinum.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. I went ahead.
Is everything okay?
No. That game. I love it, but holy smokes. Something else on my Platinum backlog was Horizon Forbidden West. I got that over the weekend as well.
Nice.
A very modest 60 hours. I only had like 10 hours left. Video games love doing this thing where they're like, hey, you have to get this trophy, but by the way, there's 10 hours of quests you have to do to get there. Like with Death Stranding, I thought it was almost done, and they're like, never mind, you have to do all of the Half-Life content. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And that's kind of how Horizon was. It was like, you have to do every arena challenge. And I'm like, come on. You got to be kidding me.
Chronicling all of your platinum endeavors?
The good ones, the big ones, the PlayStation ones.
Yeah.
I think I'm up to like 19 platinums now, which is like by no means insanely impressive.
That's total not this year, right? That's total not this year?
That's total.
Okay. I was just making sure. I was like 19 this year. That surpasses me.
No.
And I was like, because I think I'm at 12 for this year right now.
Wow.
And I've been chronicling mine through our playlist, our IGN playlist. I have a playlist for my platinums for 2022.
I made one too, like a playlist of like games Mark Medina has platinumed.
Yeah, so I did that one. So I made that list, and so I have all the ones that I'm playing this year and have on the docket. I've got like probably 10 more that are lined up with maybe another 8 to 10 hours left in each to get the platinums in them that are just like play it again in New Game Plus, or get that unlucky whatchamacallit in Ghostwire Tokyo, whatever that super unlucky that random on that one. I haven't yet. Ghostwire. I think I have 2 trophies left in Ghostwire, and it's literally just maxing out my level because I got the unlucky thing pulled.
Things to do.
I'm not going back to, but that's what Horizon was. Horizon was do all of the arena challenges and then play Machine Strike, and I'm like,
so I saw you posted a video of you platinuming Horizon. It was the most anticlimactic video ever.
Okay, so here's the thing. We had this discussion last week. With Death Stranding, it's the same deal. You have to find something that's like cool, and you never save that for. It's always hard. Like get Machine Strike, something stupid. I can't help it.
Sometimes it's really difficult to save that last trophy for that.
Yep.
I was able to. Thankfully, I'll share it again. But
Brian's over there like, are we done?
Do I get a platinum trophy at the end of this?
Yes, I will. It's in the mail, Brian. I did it for Ghost of Tsushima. I did the last one where I had to pay respects to the fallen friend, and I put on the outfit that was just a loincloth and went to his grave and played a flute, and that's my video for my platinum trophy for Ghost of Tsushima. And it's one of my favorite videos because it's just ridiculous.
Well, to satiate the producers in my ear and Brian Altano, who's about to leap over this desk, he's like, I have a child at home.
I got the platinum in Bloodborne. I can die happy. That's all I needed.
Nice.
But yeah, that's our post show. That's our episode of Beyond this week. John, Jada. That I felt like I was about to sing a song. Exactly. Brian, we got Dan, we got Jober working in the back. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will be back next week with more PlayStation stuff. I don't know. I haven't planned the show yet, but we will be back. But until then, Beyond.
Beyond.
We didn't plan that. I'm so sorry.
I was waiting for John.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered.
Check it out.
Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
IGN State of Streaming is back.
Sounds like the solar opposites are going to be having some fun this year.
On Monday, September 19th, we're kicking off a full week of coverage live and in studio with special guests like Justin Roiland.
Hey, what's up? We're here at State of Streaming.
Exclusive new looks at shows and insights from the creatives behind them. It's everything you need to know about streaming. It's IGN State of Streaming.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.